Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 11th part of my Starfield blind long play. I just now noticed that I put two L's in blind. Anyway, I am your host, Arun Dragon. Currently, I stream about 3 times a week, usually Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays. And when we last left off, we had finally become a full Freehold Ranger. Got another new ship. Might take a look at it in the shipyard just to look at it. And did a few other side quests. So let's see what else we can dig up today. And in case you're wondering, deep cover puts you under cover with the pirates anyway. So, I was going to go do that real quick too. And also, hold on. Gastroenteritis and pain. So what treats... Oh, panacea, I guess. Seriously, I wish I knew how he got an intestinal infection. Okay. Give me a second. Be right back. Apparently, the game has once again decided... out of the blue not to play voices. Okay, let's find out. Do we have voices this time? No, we don't. Be right back. Let's see if third time's the charm. Here's hoping it works this time, so I don't have to read their dialogue.
No, we done talking already.
There we go.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade authorities need some work done? Sure, have at it.
There's the Star Eagle. That's the one that I got for being a Ranger. Still only a Class A. Pair of suppressors, which are EMP weapons. Pair of missile launchers. Pair of pulse lasers. No. There, that's the ones that it had on it. Actually, now that I think about it, Viking CP-220 cockpit. Okay, already has the best cockpit in that category. SGD 1400 grav drive. There we go. At least the ship's a Class B now. See if we can get back some of our money by selling off some of this survey data.
There's a bit more in the back if you're not seeing. If it belongs on your ship, then I'm... Oh, please, take a look.
Actually, I'm less interested in what they have for sale than what they have to buy. So.
Please, take a look.
Oh, hold on. That Ranger pack was one of the things from the Ranger initiation, so I'm going to hang on to it.
Appreciate the business.
I'm so excited to see Tony afterwards.
There we are. The distribution center. Yeah, I stepped on the grass. It reminds me of one of the punishments that my drill instructor in the military gave to a guy who walked on the grass. It clearly had a sign that said, "Do not walk on the grass," but he walked across the grass anyway, but the drill instructor caught him. He made the poor recruit apologize to every single blade of grass he stepped on, individually, one at a time.
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with the distribution center, welcome to UC Yes, of course. Please, take a look. Right. Come back if you need something else.
I think one of the most unique punishments that I've ever seen a drill instructor give out, though, was handing someone a broom and telling them to sweep the sunlight off the sidewalk. It'll take all day. I've also heard stories of Navy drill instructors telling someone to mop the deck in the rain. Something I... Fast travel back to the ship, because there was something I was planning to do next time I came here. Besides, I need to drop some stuff off. Epic pistol. Okay, that should be enough dropped off in cargo.
What's next on the agenda?
Well, next on the
Yes,
agenda...
infallible one? I don't mind. Why would I? Oh no. That sounds ominous.
I think it's time to start charging credits for the privilege of being near me.
Excessively charming? Oh, I see. Well, in that case, per your wishes, I'll stop worshipping the ground you walk on. Instead, I'll just worship the air you breathe, the
That's
words you
not what I
speak,
meant.
and the products you endorse. But the ground is now dead to me, and I will stay as far away from it and your ship for as long as you desire. Until we meet again, O great and infallible hero.
Okay. Let's see. I think SSNN is in that district. Yeah, SSNN field office.
I think I got them.
I wish I could go with you on your ship.
have another story for me? You talk and get paid, I spread the news. It's a classic win-win. I'm working on an investigative piece about some of the businesses in the well. I'm not sure the story will get... It'd probably be... Would you really? I'd owe you big time if you did. You've been a huge help on my other stories. I'm sure you'd do great.
If I help you out, will you give me credit as co-author?
Who do I look like? David Barron? Yeah, I'd give you credit for your work. Credits, too. I have a small budget for things like this.
Consider it done.
Great. I had 3 interviewees in mind. Teresa Mason, the owner of Kay's house, Henrik Zoran at Apex Electronics, and Nurse O'Shea from the medbay. You don't need to ask too many tough questions. I just want to read on how their businesses are doing, and how things are in the well. I really can't thank you enough.
Let's set that active.
Nice suit.
Wasn't what I was hoping for. I was hoping to be able to give her another story. But going on a side quest to get a story for her, I suppose that's fine.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hand. No shortage of hungry mouths to feed around here. Keeps us on our toes. Nothing else?
Absolutely. I'm sure my mom would be proud to have the place featured in an article. What's up?
Business is steady, as usual. We don't tolerate violence or disrespect, so a lot of folks like to spend time here.
The only thing that's worrying me is a new group of customers I've seen hanging around lately. They've been watching the UC surplus store pretty closely.
I have a bad feeling they might be planning something.
Kay's house has a reputation as a safe place. I don't want to be associated with that kind of thing.
I'd be happy to look into it for you.
Honestly, I'd really appreciate that. I'd feel terrible if something happened and I hadn't done anything to try to stop it.
Why don't you come by when you have some spare time?
And we'll talk it out.
How are things in the well?
Same as ever. I've lived in the well my whole life, and things have never really changed. The UC government promises to clean the place up every couple years, but there's still just as much crime and poverty as there was when I was a kid. That's why Kay's house is so important. It's the one place people in the well feel safe. Be sure to put that in the article, okay? I'm really proud of it.
Will you tell me more about yourself?
Yeah, sure thing. I'm Teresa Mason, and this is my home. My mom's the Kay who founded Kay's house. I grew up here along with the business. My mom passed the place on to me when she decided to retire. Running it is my pride and joy. I've put everything I have into it.
That should be enough to go on.
Great. Let me know when the article comes out, will you? I'd like to read it.
Always nice to see you.
And in the process, I unlocked yet another side quest.
No lawyering, okay? Can't say I'll have what you need. But you're welcome to look. A reporter. Fine, but I'm only talking basics. I don't like people snooping around my business.
How have things been in the well recently?
How the hell do you think? Life's a mess down here. I'm not holding my breath for it to get any better. Door's still open, isn't it? That's my idea of success. Sorry if you were hoping for something more flowery.
I think that should be enough. to go
Great!
on.
Now why don't you help me out and buy something? I scratch your back, you scratch mine.
I'll be glad to sell you something if you're buying.
Stock's a bit low. Happy to make a deal if I can.
I don't think he buys what I sell, though. Or maybe he does, but he doesn't really have a lot of money.
Take care.
Jake's is a good place to make contacts.
Evening, sir.
The trade, it's cliche, but it's true. Everything has a price. Be my guest. If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
Of course, that's the most direct route, but I'm not allowed to take the most direct route.
We're doing the best we can here. That's all we can ever do. A journalist? That's a surprise. Most people don't think anything that goes on in the well is worth writing about. I'd be happy to help if I can.
How things are going at the med bay these days?
Things are always rough at the med bay. I'm the closest thing to a doctor that the well has, and I can't treat everyone. The last few weeks have been especially bad. There's some kind of infection going around, and a lot of kids down here are catching it. It just breaks my heart to see.
I'd be happy to help you out with that.
Oh, you're sweet to offer. There might be something you can do, if you're willing. Let's chat again when you have some time to spare, all right?
How have things been in the well recently?
Things are always the same in the well. Violent and dangerous. I swear I treat more injuries here than I did when I was a Navy medic.
Will you tell me more about yourself?
Sure, if you'd like. My name's Talia. I was born and raised right here in the well. I've been the nurse here at the med bay for over a decade now. Once upon a time, I was a combat medic for the UC Navy. When the colony war ended, I came back to the well to put my skills to use for the people here.
I think that should be enough to go
All
on.
right, dear. You let me know if there's anything else I can do for you.
And so we have uncovered 2 more side quests. Also, I happen to know that each of the 3 religions have at least one fetch quest for them. They don't have a mission chain, though. It's just the one quest for each. Still, XP is XP.
Oh man, I'm running late for the meeting. What time is it?
I saw you have that look in your eye. What's the scoop? Hey, that's great. Thanks so much. Did everything go all right?
I get why your bosses didn't want to send you
That
down there.
bad? I'm glad I'm writing this story then. Maybe the government will finally make good on their promise of cleaning things up down there. I can't thank you enough for helping me out. I'll send you a copy of the story if it gets published. There's nothing like seeing your name in print. Hope to see you again.
You know, Bethesda says this is actually the biggest city they've built in any of their games. Of course, it is kind of the capital city of colonized space. Okay, back down to the well for those other two. One of which sounds like I can take care of it entirely in the well.
What time is it? Don't look at me.
I haven't got a clue. If you have, don't take it personal if I don't stop to chat. Lots to do, not nearly enough hands to do it all.
I'd like to help you figure out what those suspicious customers
Would
are
you?
up to.
I'd really appreciate it. I saw them hanging around the UC surplus earlier today. They sure looked suspicious to me.
What makes you think they're up to something?
They've been coming here regularly for the last couple weeks, and all they do is sit on the balcony and watch the UC surplus. I thought I heard them mention a robbery, but I'm not sure. They seem to know I'm onto them, so they stop talking about it when I'm around. That's not how I want this handled. Kay's place is the only safe haven in the well. I can't condone violence. If anyone's going to handle them, it should be security. But I have to be sure they're up to something before I get the authorities involved. I don't want to get anyone on security's bad side for no reason. Why don't you do a little sleuthing for me? Maybe you'll have better luck eavesdropping on them than I did. We can decide what to do once we figure out if they're really up to something.
Well, if they sit out on the balcony, they wouldn't be going that way.
At your ship that landed not too long ago.
Oh, happy to make a deal. Absolutely.
And again, doesn't have much, but
watch your back out there.
Put them in a home. Send them to some
I don't know, Isaac. Seems like a tough joint to crack.
Nah, that's just what they want you to think, Louis. You see security around here?
No, but...
But nothing. I say we strike while the iron's hot. I got a feeling that goody two-shoes at Kay's place is gonna rat us out.
how about the goody two-shoes standing
She
not
was
5
giving
feet
us
from
some
you,
serious
listening to you?
side-eye last time we were in there.
See? No time like the present. Do it tonight. We'll be fine, trust me. We'll be in and out in time to make last call at Jake's. If we can make this happen, we'll be real big shots.
Everyone's welcome, so long as you keep your hands to yourself. Understand? No causing trouble in here. Damn. I was hoping I had it wrong. I guess that settles it. We have to get the authorities involved before they can go through with the robbery. You should take this straight to Officer Endler at the security office. He'll look into it. If he gives you a hard time, tell him I sent you to make the report. That'll get him on your side.
You and Officer Endler know each other well?
Sort of. He's a regular customer, and I've reported crimes to him before. He's more fair-minded than most of the Well's security officers. Head out the door and turn left. It's all the way at the end of the street. You can't miss it.
Understood.
Thanks. Let me know when you've made the report, okay?
Kinda hard to miss when it's, 30 meters away.
Something I can... What I wouldn't give to be stationed in the Embassy District. Well, that's what we're here for. What's going on?
There's going to be a robbery at UC
The UC surplus. You sure about that? It's been a long time since someone was stupid enough to rob that place.
Why don't people try to rob it?
It's a military outfit for one thing. Most criminals don't want to make an enemy of the UC. The guy who runs is pretty intense too. He wouldn't think twice about shooting a would-be thief.
I heard them planning it myself.
It's hard to argue with first-hand info. I guess I'll take your word for it. I'll head over there now to check it out. Those thieves won't be so cocky with security on patrol.
That was quick. How'd things go with Officer Endler? I'm glad to hear it. I'll think twice about trying anything with security in the area. Thanks for your help with this. I feel a lot better knowing security's on patrol down there.
Okay, only 50 XP, but more than 6,000 credits, so...
If you need patching up, we'll see what we can do. Oh, you remembered. I'm touched, dear, really. Yes, there's absolutely something you can do to help. All the children seem to have the same stomach bug, but I'm having trouble diagnosing it. Pediatrics isn't my specialty. But one of my colleagues, Dr. Lebedev, is an expert. If I had his research notes, I'm sure I could diagnose the disease and find a treatment.
Do you know where Dr. Lebedev might be?
He works topside at Reliant Medical. It's easy to find. It's right between Mast and Orion Tower. Dr. Lebedev is always there.
Hello, Di.
I've seen an uptick in cases of sick children in the medbay recently. They all seem to be presenting the same symptoms, but I can't identify the cause. It isn't serious enough to kill them, but we haven't found an effective treatment yet. That has me worried.
I can get the notes for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'd go myself, but I can't leave the medbay unattended.
There are always about a million things.
Yeah, field of view, I have discovered, is the, at least for me, whenever I've had motion sickness, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't get it sometimes. There are some games that still cause it, but when I get it, it's always related to field of view for me. And sometimes I don't have a problem with a head bob, though I always turn that off. Speaking of, since you mentioned they had it, either I don't have the latest. Oh, accessibility? Okay, that makes sense. The funny thing is, at least for me, the games that tended to cause it the most when I was younger.
How are things going? I'm feeling alright.
The games that tended to cause it for me the most were the ones like Castle Wolfenstein 3D, well, Wolfenstein 3D, where all the walls were at 90-degree angles and the sky was just, the quote-unquote sky was just a uniform color.
Welcome to Reliant Medical. If you're injured or sick, we can almost certainly assist you. Welcome to Reliant. If you're in need of medical assistance or require supplies, I am sure we can accommodate you.
Nurse O'Shea sent me to ask for your help with a medical issue.
A medical problem Talia can't solve. I never thought I'd see the day. How can I help?
Some children in the well have caught a stomach bug, and she needs help diagnosing it.
Sick children? Well, we can't have that. I'd be happy to help. Let's see. A stomach bug. I've treated plenty of those. I keep extensive notes. I'm sure I have something that can help. Ah, yes, here we go. This should do the trick. I've uploaded some of my notes on common stomach issues in pediatric patients to this slate. Please, pass it on to Talia. She can keep it. And give her my best, will you? I hope everything works out for those kids.
Thanks, Doc. Well, that was remarkably quick.
Hi. How you doing?
I've got limit. We're doing the best we can here. That's all we can ever do. Really? Let's see. Ah, this is perfect. I knew Dr. Lebedev would have what I needed. I'll have this solved in no time with these notes for reference. Thank you so much, dear. Really. I couldn't have done this without you.
$2,500 credits, 50 XP.
My mother wanted me to be a doctor. Doctor. Mothers, am I right? I see pregnant neuroman.
If you have a news story, you talk and get paid. I spread them back to the grind.
Okay. I thought the update... I probably should have done those 2 side quests before reporting to her, but... Okay. Okay, that's off-world on Porum, so I'm not going to do that one right now.
Hi, mister.
I mean, those pants with that shirt, it's a tragedy as far as I'm concerned.
Like I said, each of the three quote-unquote religions, actually one is more like a philosophy, but each of the three has...
There's so many mysteries in the universe, so many unknowns that I try to help out others whenever I get the chance. I may not always have the perfect advice for people, but I try to just be here for them. I think that's what they really need more than anything else. Were you seeking worldly wisdom or just a friendly ear? Are you sure about that? I think we're all looking for something, even if we're not aware of it. I could be wrong, of course, wouldn't be the first time, but if you find you're desiring something more, perhaps the church can be of service. You might give something of our writings a read. See what you think. I'd recommend starting with Among the Graph Jumps. I'm sure there's a copy lying about somewhere. And if you'd like, we could have a little chat afterwards. I'll certainly be here for it, or any other reason you might need me. That's all right. I'm sure it just escapes your memory. So many things do over time. There must be a copy around here somewhere. Wonderful.
Our numbers are growing every year. Aquilus's message really connects with people.
I know I was talking to a guy about this game the other day, and he commented on how if you were over encumbered, just walking drained your oxygen. And I'm like, well, would you prefer being unable to move at all, like in some games? And I'm like, and he was like, yeah, you have a point. stop in at the lodge because Sam is there.
As much as I'm eager to explore the universe, there's nothing quite like the feeling of returning home.
Ever since I got here, this has felt like home. These people are... Stay safe, okay?
You good to go yet?
I'm ready. Let's get to it.
Okay. We'll meet you on board your ship. Talk more when we get there. Once we land on Aquila, it's gonna be you and me. So if you want to do any freewheeling before then, Cora and I will just be riding passenger.
That's one of the reasons why I had to drop the adoring fan off. And he's still here somewhere.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP, an A&B, B&E, or heaven forbid, an MS. But at least then we wouldn't have to worry about a VOP, am I right?
I wouldn't want to have to charge you with alphabet soup. Although B&E is pretty obvious.
At this rate, we might end up in the well.
Might as well stop in here for some more shotgun ammo since I'm also in the same district.
You know, there's something to be said for... Please, take a look.
Too bad they won't buy any of that survey data here, because all they buy and sell is weapons and ammo. They're one of the few merchants that has more than, 5,000 credits. Back to Paradiso.
Oh, look at this world. It's beautiful. Just beautiful.
Which is why someone built a resort here.
Hope you're staying safe out there.
Welcome to Paradiso. Jiro Sugiyama at your service. Do you have a security concern, or is there something else I can help you with?
I'm here about the distress call you sent.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm glad you came. As you can imagine, we're in a bit of a predicament. Under normal circumstances, we would not enlist outside help in this manner. But this is a matter we can't afford to worry our guests about. As such, we need to handle this discreetly. Failure on your part to do so could have severe consequences. So, before we proceed, can you swear not to discuss this with anyone else unless explicitly directed to do so? Great. I appreciate it. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Parima space. It is now locked in orbit around our planet. So far, it doesn't seem to be hostile, but any attempts to communicate with it have been in vain, so we're unsure of the ship's intentions.
What kind of ship is it?
It bears no discernible markings or allegiances to any manufacturers we're aware of. I'm hoping that doesn't mean we're dealing with some sort of new deep space threat. Not quite. It took some time, but we received a transmission. It was all, pardon the phrasing, it sounded almost alien, like nothing anyone's heard before. Clicks, distorted groans, buzzing, really disturbing sounds. Now, one of our engineers says it could just be some busted comm equipment or incompatible signals, but we're not sure. So far, no one's disembarked from the ship. No landing craft, nothing. We don't have the staff or ships to spare, otherwise we'd dock with it and attempt to board.
What do you think we're dealing with?
Can't say for sure. Looks worn, but not cobbled together like a Crimson Fleet junker. Others have been saying it's some new Varun design, a gigantic battleship with hidden armaments preparing for assault, but that doesn't check out either. There's also been talk about non-human sentient life. The comms data we received might support that, but humanity's spread far and wide and no one's ever encountered anything like that. Still, first contact. Could you imagine?
I can imagine quite a few things.
It is. Whatever's going on, we need to approach this with care. First, see if you have more luck communicating with them. If not, you may have to try boarding. Whatever you do, it's important to remember to seek diplomacy with who or whatever's on board. As soon as you have any more information, report to Oliver Campbell. He's the CEO of Paradiso. All formal decisions will need to go through him, and he'll have your pay. Good luck.
It sure does get night awfully fast on these planets. It's like you go inside and the sun's up. You come back outside, dark. And in this case, I mean really dark.
Now what?
Dust off complete. Achieving orbit now.
Okay, let's find out what this mystery's all about.
Hi. Please disregard. I attempted
You're human.
Of course I'm human. I take it you were expecting something else.
It's just that we weren't expecting to find life, let alone human life out here. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
Imagine being cut off from humankind for that long. How terribly frightening that would be.
Perhaps we should greet our guests.
Of course. Manners. I'm Captain Diana Brackenridge. This is Security Officer Bomani Reader. And this is Dr. Mabuti da Costa, one of our elders.
A pleasure to meet you.
Your ship is unlike any I've ever seen.
I don't know all the particulars, but I'll try to answer as best I can. It's a colony ship.
Oh dear.
It was built long ago by our ancestors to sustain our crew over hundreds of years in space through generations of travelers. It's sturdy, fast, and spacious. That last one is important because we had to take as many supplies as possible with us on the journey and still have ample space for our crew. I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a bit of a bind. Our ship has finally completed its near 200-year journey from Earth, only to find our new home seemingly colonized by, well, we don't know. Communications haven't been successful, so your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps you'd be willing to act as a middle person between ourselves and the others.
You know, those others are human beings, and they were here first.
Of course, we know that now. Human or not, we were still unable to communicate our intentions. As soon as we discovered them, we fully expected negotiations would be necessary. Now then, please follow me. There's much to discuss first. We'll speak more on the matter once we reach the bridge. Dr. da Costa, you may return to your quarters if you wish.
Thank you, Captain.
I will follow you to the bridge, ma'am. For security purposes.
We were never trained
I do not believe we have need to
threats
fear our
coming from
guest,
outside
but
our
I'll
ship.
allow it if you insist. Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, researched a number of scientific scenarios: climate change, asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic, and more. Each scenario showed the likelihood of an extinction level event to be within 50 years. He fully believed Earth was destined to be rendered uninhabitable. We've always assumed that's what happened. So, he gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for this planet here. We were told that it was the largest, most advanced ship ever constructed on Earth at the time. If you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on this ship. It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
Just because our equipment's old, doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going. I have to say, with technology this outdated, I'm amazed this vessel is able to navigate at all. It's almost like walking through a museum.
Now that you're here, I can finally give my crew a chance at a new life.
How long have you been captain?
I think I'm coming up on 6 years now. I was only a teenager when my father died, passing command of the ship to me, as is tradition. Because of that, I've had to sort of learn as I go along, instead of taking years of study and apprenticeship under the prior captain. I think some people on the ship resent me for not having the level of experience as my predecessors. But at the same time, without my command, we likely wouldn't have made it here so quickly. A bit frazzled, as you can imagine. People are anxious about discovering that we're not alone, and also worried about what will come to pass. While we hope we can work out a deal with the people on the surface, they seem reluctant to reach out, so there's no telling what will come of that. I do know that we can't afford to stay here in orbit forever. The ship was built to sustain us for many years with backup provisions just in case, but even that will come to an end eventually. difficult is the wrong word. It can be both challenging at times and also exciting.
I bet.
Our mission was to rebuild humanity on a distant world, believing that we were Earth's last hope. To think that while there has always been a Brackenridge in the captain's chair, that I am the one to finally oversee our journey's end is truly exhilarating. But with this stumbling block in our path, at this final moment, I fear tough choices will need to be made. Well, as I mentioned, we've been unsuccessful in communications with anyone up until you arrived, though not for lack of trying. But since you're asking, maybe you'd be willing to be a sort of diplomat between us and them as we attempt to resolve our situation. Does that sound agreeable to you?
What's wrong with your communication system?
We
All just
suspect that our
outdated.
equipment is woefully obsolete compared to whatever you all have now. In all honesty, we never expected to need to communicate with anyone, so our comms aren't particularly robust. That limits our options. We even attempted communicating with lights and sounds, something we saw in an old movie, but I don't believe they picked up on it. If anything, it may have inadvertently alarmed them.
The people in Paradiso want the same.
Ah, so they have a name. Paradiso. And it sounds promising that they sent you here to speak with us. You see, we intended to settle here, but we assumed that they intend to defend their claim given their presence here. We'd like you to go speak to them on our behalf and help us negotiate a solution, preferably one that favors us.
I'll try, but diplomacy may require compromise.
Yes, of course. But we need to start from a firm position and state our goal. If need be, we can compromise, work out a mutually beneficial deal or some such, but initially I'd like you to be firm with them and convince them to leave the planet to us.
That's not
Let
gonna
me know
happen.
how they respond, and we'll go from there.
Porima 2's huge. Why not just settle on the other side of it away from the others?
We thought about it, but it simply won't do. I need to think about the distant future of our people. Sure, our first settlement may be small, but our predecessors dreamt of our new civilization spreading across the globe. That will be difficult if someone else plans to do the same. While we're not completely close to the idea of sharing, it's much easier if we have complete domain over this world.
No promises I'll be able to convince them.
Now, it makes little sense to give up before you try. Thank you, and good luck.
Oh, great.
Just stay out of trouble. Careful waving that fancy gun around. Never seen a ship like yours before.
Well,
I wonder what it's like out there beyond Dawn.
Yeah, I know. Hey there.
There's so much more to learn about now.
Well, where the hell is my exit?
Sure is nice to know there are other people.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
Be back on board.
Pressure normalizing. I'm
Ranger.
Welcome to Paradiso.
It may be paradise, but that doesn't mean we don't run into trouble from time to time.
Oh, this looks like a lovely place for a stay.
Excuse me, you can't just waltz in there. Do you have an appointment?
I kind of do. You have a problem with the ship in orbit?
Oh,
I'm here to
you're
help.
the one they're waiting for then. Do you need anything else from me before you meet with the board?
What were everyone's thoughts on the ECS console?
People were a little freaked out around here, understandably. It looks so different and it's so massive. We honestly thought we were under attack by an unknown entity. But then, nothing happened. It just stayed there. No one could communicate with it. And we've been very careful not to alert the resort guests. The board believed it would be bad for business.
What can you tell me about the board members?
What I could tell you would get me in a lot of trouble. Most of them are typical C-level execs. I doubt you even need to use your imagination for that. The ones that show up to work day to day, at least. I swear, I've never even met some of them, because they chill at their own private, secluded beach homes all the time. Anyway, be smart around Oliver. He's got a way of getting what he wants without you realizing it. And that's all I'll say. Sure. Have fun in the shark tank. And don't worry, even they call it that.
Don't worry about us. We're just here to keep the peace.
At least that's nicer security than the security at Red Mile.
I just feel that we should be focusing on the natural beauty of this planet, not our amenities.
There are millions of planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck, it's the only thing we've really got to offer.
I don't want to risk us coming off as just another artificial, shady, trash-filled dump like Neon. That's not who we are. We've got something special here. We should embrace that.
Belom's right.
Thank you.
We don't want to compete with Neon. Bayou's ruthless. He'll do anything he can to eliminate the competition. We don't need that kind of trouble. That being said, I think there's a middle ground. Maybe build up the beachfront in a boardwalk amusement
I just want to hear
park.
what they have to say.
I've had this idea to build artificial hot springs, that sort of thing. If it's not important, bring it up with Kiwi.
I am. And you must be the diplomat Jiro told me about. Welcome, welcome. Normally I'd offer you an all-inclusive stay at our resort before we spoke. But given the circumstances, I'm gonna cut to the chase. We've got our friends, the aliens, up there, causing all sorts of problems for our resort. You like that? The marketing team came up with it. The thought is, if we can't get rid of them, it might actually attract more tourism. Come see the aliens!
That's despicable. You know it's not true.
Despicable? Hardly. Just a backup plan in case we can't get them to leave. But you're right. No one's gonna buy aliens. Remind me to fire the marketing team. So, tell me, what's the actual deal with this massive eyesore of a ship, besides scaring people away?
It's a generation ship full of colonists.
Well, that's something. Shame we can't just tell them kindly to bugger off. Something tells me that's not going to work.
Nope.
Now, tell me, what are we going to do about it? Give me some proposals, people. I need something to work with here.
We could offer to resettle them here. There's more than enough space.
They could stay here, temporarily, but it'll cost them. Quite a bit, too. They'd need to work off all their debts before being allowed to leave.
Maybe not. What if we help them get out of here? Outfit their ship with a grab drive so they can find a new home. We could even lend our engineers to help and give their captain an updated star map. What do you think?
Sounds costly. We can't absorb that cost, and it's unlikely they even have compatible currency, let alone enough for the transaction. Someone else would have to foot the bill.
Oh, I swear this would be a lot easier if they ceased to exist entirely. Anyway, Seema's got the right idea. Either works for me. Just tell me what you want to do.
Cease to exist? Are you suggesting I destroy the ship?
I'm not suggesting anything. Other than it would make our lives so much easier if that ship ceased existing. Make of that what you will.
Why can't they just settle on the other side of the planet or something?
We own this planet. They don't. Here at Paradiso, we don't like leaving things to chance. Who knows what these people will do with their land? Imagine the landscaping disasters they may come up with. And how that might mar the satellite imagery of the planet in our brochures. No, much better to assimilate them into our culture if they come here to live, rather than leave it to chance.
These are human beings, and you're worried about landscaping?
Absurd or not, that's our official stance. I make the decisions that are best for our entire group. You don't. And which proposal will you be taking to the good captain? I assume there's a captain? They'd be hard-pressed to defend their claim in any courts. Our charter goes back years. It was registered with both the UC and Freestar Collective, per the Centaurus Proclamation. We may be outside the settled systems, but that charter's official as can be. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to be the one to break the news to them that they need to make a compromise or leave. Ah, good on you. You want to see a man named Benny St. James over at Hope Tech. He's the best in the business. If anyone can retrofit a 200-year-old ship with a modern grav drive, it'd be him. We'll coordinate our engineering team with his when you return, though you may have to help the Constance engineers prepare for it on their end. Good luck.
I know this was a difficult decision, but if it's any consolation, I think you've made the right choice. Compared to the destruction of their vessel and relegating them to a life of servitude, I'd say this is the best chance they've got.
Right. On behalf of the Paradiso group, we appreciate your help.
Sounds good. I'll look into what that...
Wonder if he's going to want anything.
I'll keep an eye out for hostile life forms.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
Okay, how about this one? Your tie is crooked and your shoe is untied.
We'd be dust, except for the fact.
He said he didn't want to hear any complaints. Whenever someone says anything like that, I'm tempted to just complain.
Ron Hope certainly embodies the saying, spared no expense.
And it came back to bite him in the butt.
Oh, hello. I'm not used to people wanting to talk to me. Sure, that sounds like me. What can I do for you? I'm a little busy, but I think I could spare some time.
Oliver Campbell sent me. I'm here about a grav drive for an old colony ship.
You should have just said that. Of course I can help you. Oliver sent a courier ahead of you. I did some research on ships from that era, and I have a decent idea what we're dealing with. So grav drives didn't really take off until after the ship was built. But I've got access to to an ancient grav drive that looks like it could be compatible. With some minor adjustments. It's in good shape, too. Parts not cheap, though. Neither is the labor. Just pay the combined cost of parts and labor, and it's yours. It's a pretty big ask, given how rare these old grav drives are.
You've had that old part for how long, and no one has offered to buy it?
True. I keep telling myself I'm holding on to it for the right time. Perhaps this is that right time. Yeah, I hope so.
I'm glad you're starting to come to my point of view.
I'm trying to be reasonable here. Tell you what, sounds like this is for a good cause. While I can't give you the part for free, I won't charge you for the work.
That seems very reasonable.
You're darn right it is. I'll get to work on it right away. I recommend you go back to the ship and ask the captain to prepare for its retrofit. Standard stuff. I'm sure they have an engineer on board to help. We'll send the part along when it's ready and install it with the help of Oliver's people. Pleasure working with you.
Well, hey, I negotiated essentially a 15,000 credit discount. Not like I don't have the credits to afford it or anything.
Just want to get
I've got, let's see, after that 25,000, yeah, I still have 129,000. I could have paid the whole 40.
Off-worlders. Nothing ever good comes from them.
Just keep it holstered. We'll all get along fine. Workers like to play up.
Up the engines.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
Make sure I hit the right key this time so I don't accidentally undock again. And then when I leave, I have to be careful to hit the right key so I actually undock instead of boarding again.
Captain Hahn, it is pleasant to see you.
The constant is a piece of
Above.
We got strict rules around here. They're strict for a reason.
Wow. I've heard about you, but here you are.
And to think, all this
This must be
It doesn't tell me which level I need to be at. That's annoying. I'm assuming command.
I wonder what else is out there.
I was hoping to talk to our visitor from outer space, and here you are! Welcome, welcome! I have a million burning questions, but I won't overwhelm you. There will be plenty of time for that later. Please, indulge me just a couple. How did you do it? Did humanity finally discover faster than light travel and eclipse our poor old ship?
We have gravity drive technology. I could talk in depth about the physics of it.
Oh, I've heard of this technology, but always believed it was theoretical in nature. Maybe we can talk about it in more detail later. I'm sure you have more pressing matters to handle. I've waited this long. What's a little longer, eh? Oh, I've got so many questions, but I'm being rude. I haven't even given you my name. Chief Engineer Kazemi, but you can call me Amin. And, I might add, I'm one of the reasons we're still floating out here today.
I get it. You know what? You want to know about what's changed since your ship
Indeed.
departed.
Thank you for being so kind and indulging me. You must understand how thrilling this news is for someone like me. Someone who suspected this encounter was, in fact, possible.
If your predecessors knew about grav drives, why didn't they wait for it instead of setting out?
Great question. I do not know for sure, but I can venture a guess. All of the reading I've done on the matter suggests that at the time, there was uncertainty that the technology would ever work, or if it did, that it would work at the scale we needed. So, I trust they made the decision to strike out when they did, fully believing it was the only way.
With a ship this old, do you have any
Many years ago, when I was
Of
a
course he
junior
does.
engineer, the reactor's computer burned out. The computer that controls the reactor's various regulators. I'll spare you the details, but when that happens, the ship and everyone on it is in danger of turning into a mess of hot slag. I had to jury-rig parts from old media devices to prevent a meltdown. And that's how I became the boss around here.
You said you had more questions for me?
Yes! So many! Does everyone have their own spaceships like you? Do people only live on naturally habitable planets, or did they learn to terraform? Are we in contact with alien species? I have so many more, but I don't want to take up all your time.
No sentient life.
Disappointing, but not unexpected. When you showed up, I tried to tell the others about the Fermi paradox. I suggested that the most likely explanation for you was that humanity had developed faster, more advanced technology and had leapfrogged us. Seems I was right.
That is kind of the risk with generation ships. By the time you get there, you may find that your destination has already been colonized.
I'm not surprised. The amount of energy it would take to terraform an entire planet seems improbable. I can assume these types of colonies are strictly for mining and gathering rare resources, since there are nearly limitless habitable planets to choose from out there.
Actually, when it comes to terraforming, I'm sure some of you have heard about Elon Musk's proposal to terraform Mars basically by nuking it. What he doesn't realize is that, yes, theoretically that would work, but the energy required would be something on the order of 700 atom bombs a day for 3 years. We only have about 1,600 atom bombs planet-wide because of the reduction from the salt treaty and such. Where are we going to get all of those bombs? So that's not going to happen.
Haha! I knew it! Incredible! Amazing! Simply amazing! In our ancestors' time, only the very wealthy could afford to build ships. Even this ship was only possible by our families pulling together nearly all of their financial resources. Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I can have a bit of a big personality, I'm told. So let me know if I ever get on your nerves.
No. After a couple of weeks of flying around with the adoring fan, it would be very hard to get on my nerves.
What grav drive? Just joking with you. The Paradiso engineers filled me in. Okay, let's see what we need to do. All right. This will be fun. And hopefully there will be no explosions in the process. I have just received word that the drive is here. Ready to get to work?
Ready as can be.
Great. There are 3 preparations I need you to help me make while I set things up on my end. First thing I need you to do is reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Then, turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Last, you'll need to decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. Got it? Let's hop to it!
Hold on a second. I can tell this is something I should have taken notes on.
Something wrong? There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. See you!
Boy, am I glad you aren't some sort of alien or something.
Looks like everything is good to go on both your end and mine.
Just stay out of trouble.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
We didn't believe anyone would be out here, but I'm glad for it. Well, well, it would appear we have the means to go nearly anywhere now, thanks to you. The engineers even upgraded our communications equipment so we can speak with passing ships. Turns out it was a pretty easy fix. Thank you again for all you've done.
Where will you go now?
We don't yet know, but we did receive a star map from the Paradiso engineers. I suppose we'll just chart a course for other suitable habitable worlds until we find one that matches the quality of Paradiso. Purima 2 here.
No problem at all. Glad it
Without
worked out.
you, we'd most likely be stuck. But you went above and beyond. I'll make sure people tell tales of your generosity for as long as our society lives. I don't know if we can ever fully repay you. Thank you again.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I haven't seen any ships before you arrived.
Now that we know there are other people out there, we need to be more prepared for trouble. Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting.
I've lived my entire life in the constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
Well, that's taken care of.
Clamps released.
I don't know if I'll actually be able to do this one without putting points into pickpocketing. So we'll take advantage of the autosave and also make a manual save and see what we can do.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
Your shoes are dirty. That was a complaint.
Hey, keep an eye on your valuables.
Yeah, that's a fancy way of saying we protect the company, we don't protect your stuff.
Welcome to Hope Tech. How may I help you?
Don't even think about trying anything. You need help with something?
Why do I have a feeling that this isn't going to end well?
That is a pretty huge favor, especially coming from someone I don't even know. I can understand your cause for concern, but I don't see what that has to do with my security keycard. I thought I made myself clear. I'm not giving you my card. I think we can work something out. Here's the card. Just make sure you give it back when you're done.
Sure. I'll give it back sometime in the next few years. Well, that was unexpected. Alright, back to Neon again.
Quick piece of advice. We hear the name Benjamin Bayou, and we should duck the other way. Fast.
You don't want to pick a fight.
You're right, I don't.
Thanks again for your assistance. I trust you'll be discreet.
Oh, I can't imagine being forced to spend my days doing menial work in an office like this, instead of exploring the stars on the bridge of a
Hey there.
spacecraft.
Got that key card for me? Now we're talking. Not bad for a novice. I think you're ready to kick things up a notch, and your timing couldn't be better. Good. It's time for a change of pace. This next assignment requires a bit more discretion for two reasons. First, you'll be dealing with high-level executives, and second, you'll be in the Astra Lounge here in Neon.
Discretion and the trade tower in Neon don't exactly go hand in hand.
So I'll be in Benjamin Bayou's territory.
Exactly. And since you seem to be familiar with him, you probably know how much we don't like to upset him.
What's the significance?
If you haven't already heard the name Benjamin Bayou, you'd better get familiar. The man runs Neon and has ties to anything significant here, including Ryujin. The trade tower is his baby, and the Astra Lounge is the heart and soul. You do anything to scar that and make a scene, I guarantee it'll come back to haunt us. The assignment is pretty easy. Our techs failed to uncover a potential deal between Infinity Ltd. And Quantum Synergies. Your job
I'll
is
be
to
right
make
back. I
sure
need to get
that
my
deal fails.
blood pressure pill.
Infinity Ltd. Is one of our aspiring competitors. They have products in several similar fields, ships and neuroamps being the exception. Quantum Synergies specializes in ship operating software. We don't consider them a major competitor since their product line is so narrow. If the two are meeting to work out a contract, that tells us Infinity must be looking to get into the ship business. And we'd like to delay that, if we can.
Sounds like someone needs to be fired.
It's already been taken care of. All you need to worry about is the job at hand. You'll be speaking with Quantum Synergy's Executive Director, Zola Adisa, and their Financial Manager, Arthur Cruz. I'll be giving you a dossier on both. I strongly suggest you read them for talking points.
Can you give me a breakdown?
I suppose I can give you a brief rundown. We'll start with Zola. Zola is a born and bred executive. It runs in the family, so she's highly accustomed to an upper-class lifestyle. She's a narcissist who's also obsessed with public perception, both of her and Quantum Synergies. She wants to be associated with the latest and greatest, so she's drawn to innovation and quality.
She's into innovation quality. She should be working here.
She's considered it, but she's next in line to be CEO over at Quantum. If she came here, she'd have to deal with stiff competition. As for her talking points, the key things to remember are, Infinity is the cheap version of Ryujin. They're a follower, not a leader, and they lack any sense of clear vision. Infinity has struggled with leadership and turnover for a long time now. Lucas Drexler is probably the 5th CEO they've had in the past few years. Plus, it's hard to keep good employees when much better corporations who will pay more are out there.
If Infinity's a follower, do they have any original products?
They've launched several, but none survive long. Nothing that would be as big as neuroamps or grav drives. That's why they've taken to just following whatever trends companies like Ryujin set. If they can't make money off ingenuity, they can certainly sell someone a cheaper version of a more expensive product they may want. Infinity Ltd's strategy to make money is to cut cost on quality. You can compare any one of our products to theirs and see it almost instantly. Low-grade synthetics, flimsy thin materials, high energy usage, they issue at least 1 or 2 recalls a year. Just remember, you can refer to the dossier at any time as a refresher. Now, on to Arthur Cruz. Arthur is a self-made man, and he prides himself on that. He's a full package, having both an extremely good knack for numbers and knowing how to talk to people. As Quantum Synergy's financial manager, he's all about driving profit with as little risk as possible. He makes decisions based on facts and heavily researched trends. It sounds like the two of you could really hit it off. Arthur's a great talker, but even the best can lose an audience when finance is the topic. Talking points for Arthur are aimed at steering him toward Ryujin over Infinity Ltd. Ryujin's profits are 25.7% higher than Infinity's, even with a superior quality product. Infinity's profits are fabricated. They're one audit away from ruin. We have a history of being financially secure that's never wavered, and we have the legal and marketing teams to handle anything that might threaten that.
Why are the points trying to steer him towards Ryujin?
Quantum Synergies is the top name in ship OS. Their reputation has allowed them to keep the best engineers on their payroll. We can't deny that working with them would be beneficial for us, and Arthur is our best bet in making that happen. Besides, an open collaboration gives us easier access to information we'd otherwise have to find a more clever means of discovering.
How do we know so much about their profits versus our own?
We keep an extremely close eye on our competition. Thanks to operatives like you, that information is almost always at our disposal.
All right, I think I have everything.
Sounds like you're ready then. I'd still highly recommend reading the dossiers, though. Sometimes bullet-pointed statements can stick out in minds easier than conversation.
I'll memorize every line.
Just as long as you don't sound like you're reading out of a book. The Infinity Ltd rep is Nina Hart. I'll also be giving you an altered version of her presentation to swap out with the original. We've changed several figures, just enough to cause sufficient confusion throughout their meeting.
How do I get access to swap her presentation?
If it's not on her person, it will be in the suite she has reserved. Suites are patrolled, so she'll believe it's secure. If you can't manage to get her room key or deal with the door itself, try Boone Morgan, the manager. Boone appreciates credits, if you know what I mean.
Swapping the presentation will make Infinity look incompetent.
Exactly. And that incompetence will be enough for them to further question this deal. Finally, I recommend dressing appropriately, so I've taken the liberty of having a suit made for you. We need absolute discretion on this one. I don't want any SSNN broadcasts about murder in the Astral Lounge. Got it?
The only news you'll be hearing is how that deal
Just
fails
don't let that
miserably.
confidence give you a false sense of security. And remember, no incidents.
Well, first of all, oh, this is an even better suit. Plus 10% persuasion chance. Arthur Cruz, self-made man, charismatic and friendly, enjoys talking to people, stickler for facts and details, driven by credits and how to increase his accounts. Financial security is everything. Profits are fabricated, one audit would ruin them. Ryujin's profits are 25.7% higher and produce a higher quality product. Marketing and legal teams can't compare to Ryujin's. Ryujin Industries provides financial security. Infinity Ltd is the cheap version of Ryujin. Follower, not a leader. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. What's the name of this mission again? Let's see. All right, here we go. To the other end of the hall, as it were.
If you're looking for some, we're fully stocked and ready to sell. No problem. I'm sure you'll find something you like.
I'm sure I'll find something I like to sell.
Thanks for stopping by our shop.
If it's better not be a waste of my time. Yes, let's.
Not sure if those Varun zealots...
Gilbert, were your credits working for you? Paid for violence. Last year, private
I'm not gonna say this twice. Get the hell away from me.
I'm not going to say this once. Maybe you should move over.
What's up? Oh, I don't see what the big deal is. It's all legal. Haven't seen a reach in a while.
We have plenty of Aurora on hand for your enjoyment. Of course. And what name is the Sweet Under? One of our most respected patrons. In that case, I'm willing to issue a replacement for a modest fee.
I made way more than that. I'm not worried
Well,
about it.
In that case, I'm willing to give a discount on services rendered. Here's your key, and I hope you continue to enjoy your stay at the Astro Lounge.
Hey, I want to get around these roads.
What are you looking at?
Well, if we're going to be perfectly honest, your ass. Well, where's the damn meeting place? It doesn't mark that. See, that's that guy. I don't need to talk to him yet.
Get some Aurora investors.
Well, like I said, where's the damn meeting room? Give me a second. See, it doesn't... It highlights the two people I need to talk to, but it doesn't highlight her suite.
I'm not in the mood.
I didn't want you to be. Well, we're not here to steal anything.
Dressed to impress. Here on business, or just out to escape?
Business, of course.
I could tell from the look of that suit, you are dressed to impress. I doubt the people we are meeting will look half as good.
You must have business with Ryujin.
Ryujin Industries. A good guess since we are here in Neon, but no. Infinity Ltd.
A deal with Infinity Ltd sounds risky.
Risky, you say. By all means, enlighten me.
Now, in this case, the unique ones that we got from the dossiers are these ones that have the light blue next to them, not the green, yellow, or red. It's still possible to persuade her with the other options, but the light blue ones work best.
Cheap is a word quantum synergy should never be associated with. I believed our team had thoroughly researched Infinity, but your comment gives me pause.
Infinity lacks clear vision with constant reorganization.
Their instability was cited as a pain point, but one we could deal with as long as we maintained control of all joint projects. However, upheaval always comes with its own series of issues, delays, morale, public perception. And Drexler has yet to prove he can provide the consistency that I would prefer. Perhaps it really is more than I'm willing to undertake. A surprising conversation, and one I would never expect from someone such as yourself. I suppose the old saying, never judge a book by its cover, is appropriate here. It seems I have quite a bit to reconsider now. So it looks like the pleasure aspect of my trip needs to be postponed. Thank you for the insight.
And Cruz is up here.
All these years, and Bayou hasn't let this place slip a single notch. The man knows how to run a business.
You look like quite the businessman yourself.
Well, I take that as a compliment. Coming from someone as well-dressed as yourself. You either got great taste, or great connections. Maybe even both. Tell me, you don't happen to work for Infinity Ltd, do you?
No. And I'd hate for anyone to think
Got something against Infinity, I take it. I'd love to hear your reasons why.
Infinity profits are fabricated. One audit would ruin them.
That's an awfully big claim to make. You'd have to have some inside details on their operation. However, it does match some of my own research that I've been conducting into their finances.
To compare, Ryujin's profits are 25.7% higher. Quality
Aren't
included.
you the resourceful one? That number tracks with the insider details I've been getting. Interesting. Look, it was nice meeting you, and I quite enjoyed our little talk. But it sounds like I need to take another look at some data before I head into this presentation of theirs. See you around, and maybe next time I'll be doing business with you.
Okay. And all the way back to Imogene. Or Imogen.
The music is amazing!
Never have been a fan of nightclubs, so I'm not worried about getting away from it.
Get out of my face. If you want to gawk at something, take it to the astral garage.
Hey, no funny stuff with that music act.
She got something better to do.
Ready to report? Well, that wasn't too bad, was it?
I hope it worked.
Don't worry. We have people specifically focused on success probability. According to their reports, the combination of talking points plus the distribution that would be caused by the altered presentation gives us a 92.7% chance of success.
The distribution
Overall,
that would be caused.
not bad for your first high-profile assignment. You even earned yourself a bonus, which Lyndon was more than happy to give. That's exceptionally kind of you, Imogene.
Who's Lyndon?
Don't tell me you forgot already. Our financial guru? They're brilliant with numbers. Also, if you ever want an honest opinion about anything, just ask them. They're honest to a fault, and often give their opinion on something whether you want it or not.
Thank you for... I'll put the credits to good use.
I like to recommend something fun or shiny and new. You never know when life will take a turn, especially in this line of work. But no rest for the weary at Ryujin. We've got a decent backlog of assignments, and they just keep coming, so I hope you're still good to go. At least this next one will be a break from all the chatter.
Well, 250 XP, 10,000, and a recon stem.
Your next assignment is to remind the competitor of their place in the corporate food chain.
Some call it retaliation, but we like to think of it as tough love.
What did this competitor do to upset
Let's just say we don't tolerate theft or smear campaigns against us. If you want to steal in this industry, you better not get caught. And if you want to tarnish our good name, you better be ready for repercussions.
Is this like the Kelt Corp assignment?
Not quite. When you uploaded that virus onto Kelt Corp's network, that was a warning intended to slow down their internal productivity. Kelt Corp suffered the effects of that silently, although I guarantee they endured some serious client complaints. This assignment is about making our target look completely negligent in the public eye.
You're just teaching them a lesson.
Exactly. A very valuable lesson that they will hopefully learn from. Most corporations live and die by public perception. Trusted products lead to a good reputation, which leads to profits. And, like it or not, we're all here for the profits. Your assignment is to plant an ARC device. The ARC will allow us to frame our competitor for gross negligence and tank the public's perception.
Sounds like people could
You're
get
not
hurt.
wrong. Believe me, we don't take these assignments lightly. They're also one of few that Masako herself needs to sign off on, and only our most trusted operatives receive them. You just need to plant the ARC and avoid detection. Our technicians will handle the rest, and they're instructed to avoid as much harm as possible.
Oh, goody. Back to Hope
What is it?
Tell you what, a lot of people in this game need to learn to stop talking unless they're talked to. Because it makes it sound like they're mad at you just for walking past.
From what I'm seeing, this world has all the essential building blocks to support life.
Gee, Sarah, whatever gave you that idea? The people standing around in short-sleeve shirts? And no breath masks?
Yes? What? Keep an eye on your valuables. You can't protect them.
I just want to get all these approvals over with.
Better quick save just to be sure.
We'd be dust, except for the factories.
This is going on that ship they're building? Great. It's going in the ship, so where the hell is the...
Don't be stupid! Stop! Hold it right there. You're in all... You're coming with us.
Whoops. Amazing how they just... I don't even know if he was in the next room or not. He just instantly appeared.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
This may be one that has to wait for later. He wasn't here.
I used to be an actuary. Now look at me.
Nope. Guess all you have to do is wait for him to go in the bridge and close the door first.
Keep an eye on your...
Let's, stay away from Ebbside. The locals there don't exactly appreciate the tourists.
I'm pretty sure we've been to Ebbside several times and we've killed about half the people there.
Hey there. Got an update for me?
What's going to happen now?
Now I get to let the in-office team know that the ball is in their court. Depending on their instructions, they can use the remote access to do anything from equipment failure to massive explosions. In the case of servers, it could be gross information leaks, a hardware failure. Basically, whatever might hurt their public perception the most.
It's done, but this still
Your
feels
concern is
extreme.
noted, but unfortunately, extreme measures are the only ones that work in a situation like this. Now, on to the next, right? Oh, but before I forget, the results of your Astral Lounge escapades are in. I'm happy to say that the deal was officially called off. Masako was very pleased with the outcome, so she arranged a bonus through Linden. Apparently, you said all the right things when it came to Arthur. Quantum Synergies actually reached out to us to negotiate a potential deal.
How did the presentation go?
My sources tell me it was a train wreck. Once her numbers didn't match up, Arthur was all over her with questions. It didn't take long for her to break composure, and that's when she lost Zola. So you could say that presentation went perfectly, as far as we're concerned. Hence the bonus.
Thank you for the bonus.
You earned it. So, back to business. In order to stay on top of the market, we have to know what our competition is doing. The next assignment requires a more brute force approach, since the chances of them sharing that information is unlikely.
I sabotaged a company for stealing from us. This is classic
Call it what you
hypocrisy.
want, but it's your job nonetheless. Your target is a prototype schematic for a new engine that Trident Luxury Lines is working on. According to the rumors, it's projected to be 17% more efficient than any engine on the market. The current schematic was sent to their Star Yard to begin prototyping, so they could be in the office area or the factory floor.
Can I get some details?
The Star Yard is a mix of sales floor and manufacturing. If you're looking to blend in, you've definitely got options. It's not too far, in Aquila's orbit, so hopefully your ship's ready.
Trident's gonna hate it when they find out
The
there's
Trident
schematics in
Star
this.
Yard orbits Aquila in the Cheyenne system, so you'll still be in Freestar space. I feel bad for whoever gets to inform the executives about the theft of something so valuable. Just remember to keep things clean. The results are more satisfying that way.
And 2 digipicks to go with the 2,500 credits and the 100 XP. Hopefully we're getting closer to the end of this mission chain. I really don't want to do too much industrial sabotage for Ryujin.
Off right away, or do you need a
This is Freestar Space. Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
Good day, Captain.
Welcome to Trident Luxury Lines.
I'm not certain why we're visiting this star yard. It's doubtful any of us have the credits to afford these overpriced vessels.
For a million years, I'll be able to afford a Trident.
Yes, it's a singular honor to meet me, I'm sure.
Got some business here?
It is an honor to be part of something so great.
I can see that this is going to be problematic. So let's quick save just in case we have to either A, bolt out in a hurry.
Did you learn to pick? You know,
Or B, that happens.
what on second thought? I don't want to know.
By the authority of the Free Star Collective, stand down. Smart move. Now come along.
Knew it.
That was locked.
Knew it. I don't know how I'm going to be not caught tampering with this lock.
What are you doing here? Philippe didn't say I should be expecting someone. This is the very heart of Trident, and we don't need strays.
Looks more like a lab than a heart.
Oh, and it tells jokes, too. Well, I suppose since you're here, enjoy being in the presence of greatness. It's here that we create the next generation of Trident starships.
I hope you make ships better than you handle conversations.
Oh, my skills are not in question. We have Gia to handle your precious conversation. If you have any other questions, make it fast.
You sound very full.
Well, fortunately for me, your opinion really doesn't matter.
So you're famous.
Oh my, that's just priceless. Balancing elegance with the strict engineering requirements of spaceship travel. That's not science. It's art. An art I'm particularly skilled at. Am I famous? Well, my many, many awards and achievements should give you some idea.
Why am I reminded of Magnus in No One Lives Forever? Art? Fart is more like it.
Listen, if you want to talk about the max safe tonnage of the Astra or other trivia, ask Gia. Me? I design the future. What great new heights we can go to. Oh, why thank you. It's a great honor, but after receiving so very... Champagne? I've heard some associates singing the praises of a certain... something, hailing from Neon. Velocity, I believe it is called. It's some drink or food or something else. I haven't any idea what it actually is, but my curiosity is getting the better of me. You seem to have nothing better to do. Would you care to go fetch me one of these velocities? I don't much care which variety you get.
Sure.
Oh, fantastic. I look forward to seeing what all the excitement's about.
Fine.
Back to crap.
I don't know if it'll let me leave without actually just going back to the ship, but let's find out. No. Or maybe. Guess it will. Most of the time, if you're docked, you can't plot a course.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband, and you could be on your way. All right?
Hopefully, this will distract her so I can get into the room. Because essentially she's the one that keeps triggering the alert when I pick the lock.
You're in the right place, baby. Everyone knows.
Can I get you something? No customer. Bienvenue. Before you order, I have 2 simple rules you need to know. Oh, this is my place. That means everyone in here is under my protection. You don't mess with them, they don't mess with you. Good. If you're buying drinks, you better have cash. Madame Sauvage does not offer credit. Good? Ça c'est bon? Finally, someone who listens and does what they're told. A rare commodity in Epside. I like you already.
I can personally vouch for my colleague here and make sure that he behaves.
So, what can Madame Sauvage get you? Have you come to try velocity, perhaps? Or do you prefer something with a little less kick?
Velocity?
It's nothing less than heaven in a glass. As though the universe itself was resting her lips on yours. My own personal creation. Of course, of course. Anything.
Okay.
On my home planet, we have beautiful beaches. And during certain times of the year, the ocean lights up in beautiful spectrums of color. Now, science will tell you that this is from tiny microscopic organisms that are emitting bioluminescent light. But I believe it's so much more. I think it's a dance, a celebration. It's nature's way of giving thanks to the sun for nourishment. It's breathtaking. That is the essence of velocity. It's a toast to nature and all its splendid wonders. A sudden merger of humankind to the cosmos. Au revoir.
I got a velocity for Gladys.
Pardon?
Pull up a chair and have a drink. But of course. What can I get you today? If you see anything...
Love your fit. It may not work for
Maybe
some,
you'd like
but
to try a
you-
velocity. Made a fresh mix of it.
A champ.
There.
Hey there.
Approaching ship. You've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
And here we go again. Hopefully I can get her, you know, drunk enough to go back to her quarters or...
Scratch the paint.
Anyway, to get her to stop paying attention to the door.
Captain Han, hello. I am satisfied.
Got some business here?
Let's quick save again.
After. Do make it quick, dearie. I see. Hand it over, please. Huh. So this is the velocity I've heard so much about. I must say, I'm cautiously looking forward to partaking in it. I shall see if it lives up to its great expectations. Well, it seems you've done what I asked of you. I promised you reimbursement, so here it is. I'm sure having the privilege to run this errand for me was payment enough for you, but I am a woman of my word. Now, run along, please.
And a narcissist at the highest order.
The future of space travel will not craft itself.
Well,
whatever you say.
100 XP, but I think I'm gonna have to wait for her to just turn her back.
I've sent the files over to you, Miss Coffin. I recommend you review them as soon as possible.
Not now. Can't you see I'm trying to revolutionize the future of space travel?
I understand that, but this is very important budgetary information. I think it would be wise to look over it before continuing your work.
You're stifling me, dear. I'll look over the files when I'm good and ready. Now, if you don't mind, I have some vital work to be doing.
Yes?
Go work on your crap, Gladys. Go read those files so I can maybe get into that room. Gladys, go the heck away, or I shall annoy you some more. Let me guess. Same employee coming to tell her the same thing again.
Have you heard how much the new model is going to cost? How can people afford this?
Triton has been defining elegance. Rest assured that every... Well, fortunately for me... Well, fortunately for... Well, fortunately... Well, fortunately... Listen, if you want to talk about the map... Me? Listen, if you want to... Me? Yes, yes, goodbye.
Fine. I'm gonna try it anyway, even though she's still standing right there. I need her to go away.
Nicely done.
Nope. Alright, well, I'm not going to sit here and wait for that. So, let's see what else is on our slate. I said, let's see what else is on our slate.
Landing struts primed. Retros firing.
I just refuse to waste any more time on camera waiting for Gladys to move away from the door so she doesn't see me.
Captain.
So, that might be a quest that I have to complete
no
off
one
camera.
will work for you. My man is missing, and you're all just here, what? Waiting for him to wander back through the gate?
Mr. Halfton, we are trying, but we don't have the manpower.
And now half my crew thinks your little band of convicts is just waiting to drag us off and scrap us for organs.
Mr. Halftown, our security officer has been put into the infirmary trying to find your worker. We're doing everything we can. All I ask is that you and your crew be patient. You have nothing to fear from us convicts. We are handling it.
Then get it done. Or else we are going to have problems.
You have my word. I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges.
Sounds like that just happened. You guys get a lot of bounty hunters causing property
Not
damage?
yet, but it's certainly a risk, given the retreat's intended line of business. But I'm not about to send anyone packing who might just need a place to collect themselves.
What is the Elias Retreat?
Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But the plan is to make this place into a growth and education residence for the galaxy's incarcerated. We'll offer job training and a support network for folks that otherwise just while away their days in prison just because they didn't have the credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up regular, boring lives like the rest of us.
That's a pretty noble goal.
Well, thank you. Always striving to make my presence in the universe a net positive. But still got a lot of ground to cover. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad if your vessel needs some tending to. And if you need anything else, or just want to talk, you come find me.
This missing person, I wanted to offer to help find
That the
them.
truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work. But if you found the construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you.
Not going to be What can you tell me about him?
Well, he was last seen a few days ago, so we don't think he could have gotten far. We sent our lone security officer to find him, But things didn't go according to plan out there, and now he's taken up residence in our infirmary. So if you're offering, we'll absolutely take the help.
Not gonna be easy, huh? Why is that?
This planet, it's not the most accommodating
Dangerous
to human
wildlife,
life.
got it.
It's wild, empty, and the local fauna, well, they're not big fans of humans. So while I will absolutely take your help if you're offering it, I just want you to be aware, I don't expect it's going to be a walk in the park.
Don't worry, I'll bring back your man.
You don't know how happy I am to hear it. First things first, you want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Killman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Killman's last known location.
I thought I was signing up for an exciting job.
This is, well, beautiful. Why would someone build a place like this way out? All this intricate work and impressive construction. It's ambitious, but still, so out of
Who are
place
you?
in such a remote location.
Can't the guy heal in peace? Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, you'll have better luck than I did. I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Killman's, but Ixtal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
Greg will be able to get you on the right track.
Sorry for the pause. Some sort of bug crawling on my arm.
They're not gonna just have us sit here.
Well, where's the gate or whatever? I mean, you don't expect me to just, you know, jump over the wall, right?
Got anything on your scanner?
Might as well engage in some surveying while I'm on my way. I have seen that on other planets in this game when I was doing surveying. Spitting pokeweed. And yes, I know it's pronounced pokeweed, but I keep wanting to call it pokeweed. Pokeweed uses allergies. It's super effective.
I'm not going back. Stay away. Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say, just please, not the bag.
What are you talking about?
What happened? You're not here to... I was kidnapped. He caught me off guard after hours, threw a bag over my head and marched me off. But I escaped. But then these creatures started hunting me. So I ran in here, and I've got no food, and I'm so hungry, and... Please, take me back. I just want to go home.
Any chance you got to look at this kidnapper?
No, he kept the bag over me the whole time. I heard his voice, but he honestly didn't say much when I was around. I need this to be over. Please. Please, can we go? Please?
Of course, let's get you out. Get your shoes on, pal.
Despite what you're hearing from my friend here, you can trust that you're in good hands now.
Oh, thank God. You don't know what that... Oh, come on. Let's get out of here. You do know the way back, right?
Maybe you can get that to point us to the nearest restaurant. Aha.
me off!
Who are you talking to? Or what? Yes, dear.
Any troubles you need to share? Yeah, take a look at this. See you soon, love.
Thanks. Now let's continue. So it does have a door in the wall.
Killman! Killman's back! Mother of God, kid. What happened?
I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of the first aid kit. I had to sleep on a steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to...
You stay away from me. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost. Find them.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now.
I guess it might have been a bit naive for me to hope for a happy reconciliation, but you brought him back safe. That's what's important. Here, you have my sincerest thanks. But now, you've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper?
They're good. I'll help you find them.
Thank the heavens.
I could persuade her into giving me more, but I'm not going to.
We just need to figure out where we're sending you. Now, Mr. Killman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least one or two bits I think could help us find our kidnapper.
The place had metal floors, so it was a building where they were keeping them.
That's right. Not a lot of proper facilities like that in the area. Which makes me think... there was a building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here. An old research outpost. Seems like a decent match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway. Here, the facility's coordinates. Head out there and see what you can find.
6,300 credits, 75 XP, good to go.
I knew taking this job was a mistake.
Can't believe you found him.
And we're headed back out. Come on, Sarah. Get out here so I can do that.
Anything interesting in range?
Okay, we're on the track of the kidnapper. I'll be going off-world next week, so you'll need to step up and run the kitchen while I'm gone. I know that you're not exactly used to being in charge, but I know you're capable. Here's an example menu you can use for the week. Vegetarian food, obviously tacos, Cobb salad, no meat shepherd's pie, miso ramen. Don't forget to prepare vegan options of all the non-vegan meals and rehydrate your ingredients ahead of time. You got this.
Don't leave any of that behind.
Crippling barrier knife, instigating, double damage to targets with full health, and some other feature that I didn't have time to read.
Is so satisfying, isn't it?
All right. Back to the retreat again.
So, what have we got? Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Okay. Quickest way is back through the cave and out the other side. I did notice earlier that this particular cave has 2 exits.
This is definitely a lair of some sort. Careful you don't slip on any excrement.
I find it annoying that my 40-round shotgun still reloads faster than my sniper rifle. Well, I say sniper rifle, it's more like a precision rifle. go.
Ah, I think this connects through to somewhere else. Might want to check your power packs. Wouldn't want to be caught in these caves in the dark.
Okay. Maybe don't walk in the water.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility?
No sign of our kidnapper, but I did find this.
Not a lot to go on. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were 2 of them. Oh my god. It's all here. The accidents, the kidnapping, Greg's attack. These 2, they did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names. But there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent 2 bounty hunters? Here? But our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say.
Well, if you keep it out near the city police, or if you keep it out in gang territory, yeah.
It's really not that impressive. Used to sell these on the semi-regular in my old life. A cheating spouse wants to document all their flings without fear of their partner finding out? Just use one of these bad boys. It's computer hacker 101 stuff. And it sure doesn't explain why they've decided to harass us.
What's the Trackers
It's
Alliance?
the official guild of the galaxy's bounty hunters, known for relentlessly stalking their targets in pursuit of a payday. To a tracker, any person with an outstanding record is a coin purse, ready to be cut open and emptied of value, regardless of the circumstances surrounding said person's record. There are few groups more ruthless. Though, It's surprising that they've intervened here, where there's no obvious money to be made.
Maybe they've got a vendetta against someone
That
here.
certainly seems in the realm of possibility.
So then this is an easy fix. They're bounty hunters. We pay them to leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe. We need to take a stand.
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf?
Can you tell me any more about who these two might be?
Slate's not big on details. There's two of them, they're clearly armed, but that's about all we've got to go on.
But trackers aren't usually the type to take prisoners when it's not required. So the fact that they've thus far remained largely non-violent, well, it means they might be willing to negotiate. With the right person, of course. Which I think, in this case, is you.
As long as you don't expect me to kill them,
I'm
yes,
certain
I'll do
we
it.
can find a way to solve this without resorting to violence.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on them and send them to the
Were you
great
not
beyond.
listening? I just said I wasn't
The
gonna kill
last
them.
thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo. I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare.
And 75 XP and 6,300 credits again. Oh, and now it updates. Ask the staff how to deal with them.
I think there's a clear way to solve this problem. But the ultimate... I think you should offer them money. And here, all I have liquid at the moment. Hopefully it'll be enough. I'm the facility's chief administrator, co-head of the whole retreat with Sloane. She handles most of the resident side of things. Making sure we've got the right people for the program and those people have the right tools to succeed in their own development. I keep the lights on and make sure things hum along smoothly. Take care, please.
Did I mention thanks for taking these two on?
Any suggestions on how to
I had
deal
to
with
deal
these
with
two?
my fair share of their kind over the years. You don't get into that job to make it rich. You get into it to be your own boss and prove how tough you are. So, my advice? Let them know that pushing around a bunch of counselors just makes them look like bullies, not tough. They've got all the necessities.
Not interested in the necessities, but I see that the only thing that you sell is food. Literally, food.
Be careful with those goons.
They haven't killed anyone. Not yet, at least. Love, I can only guess at what these two might be after. But it's clear they perceive something about us as a threat. They're afraid. And all you can do with fear is try and understand it. So, just listen to them, okay? Hear what they have to say. And see if you can make whatever it is they're worried about a little less scary. Good luck out there.
And of course I know what Greg's gonna
Looking for my
suggest.
suggestion? I don't think they're gonna respect anything other than force. But I think Sloane's not gonna be happy if you handle it that way.
So one of us wants to pay them off. So one of them wants to pay him off. One of them wants us to kill him. One of them wants us to negotiate with them and persuade them that there's not a threat. different staff members for different decisions. Somehow not surprising. Come on, dear. I said come on. Sarah, get your butt out here. Thank you.
Don't rush the scan. Didn't want to overlook anything valuable.
Looks like we're going back to the cave again. And I'm guessing back out the far side and back to that facility. Yep, back out the far side. Not sure why it's not displaying the creatures' names. I must have hit a glitch. Or a bug. Because I've never had it do that before. Going slightly off course here because something blew. There we go. And now back up to this facility. I probably just could have fast traveled back here. And make sure I quick save. You know, if those guys are back from their mission, I bet they're going to be surprised because they come back to find every single turret and robot has been destroyed. Almost every single one.
Find anything useful? Another one of those magazines. Peak Performance 2, another 5 kilograms of carrying capacity. Quick save again because I'm getting awfully close to them. And I don't know how the discussion is going to go.
Who's that?
No clue. You. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And just who the holy hell are you?
I'm here on behalf of the Elios Retreat.
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss.
Why do you... Please, we can solve this without anyone
There's no
getting hurt.
need for unnecessary bloodshed.
That's so.
You must think you're real tough picking on a bunch of unarmed office workers
What?
and counselors.
That's not what this is. We're tough.
The retreat just wants to be left alone.
Listen, it's not like this is personal.
Look, tracker to tracker, this job seriously
Wait.
ain't...
You're a tracker too? And you're helping them?
Bounty hunter origin.
Huh. Fine. We'll leave the retreat alone. Can't make any promises about us being the last, though. Just get out, all right?
Gonna take some more ammo on the way out. I do unfortunately have to manually find my way out of here before I can fast travel back to the retreat. sure we'll get out right after we pick the safe. A battle stem and a copy of the Count of Monte Cristo. Hey, that's 605 credits. That's a good return on money. Keep finding these things. The following items are property of the security team. No unauthorized use under any circumstance. 2 AA-99 assault rifles, 1 Combatech Solstice, 5 UC combat knives. Come on. There we go. I was fixing to say, exit's got to be around here somewhere. Fast travel back to the retreat this time.
There you are. You were gone for quite a while, love. Are you all right? Were you able to find our trackers?
Sure did, and I convinced them to leave you all alone.
That's the best news I've had in quite a while. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, love. This place, all of us, we are in your debt. There is just one last piece of business, though. Nevin asked to speak to you, in private. He's waiting for you up in the office.
9,000 credits and 100 XP. And I think the office is going to be over this way. Or maybe it's not. No, that's not the way to the meditation room. This is... Okay.
Hard to believe it's all over.
Well, that's the way to the meditation room. The administration office is up here.
Ah, there you are. So, first things first, I need to say, well, thank you.
Glad I could be of service.
And we are exceedingly grateful for it. It's just the situation you set right with the trackers. It's one we don't want to find ourselves in again. Luckily, we have someone, our founding donor in fact, who has offered to reach out to the Alliance, ensure their good behavior going forward. Before she does, however, she's asked for the details of what exactly occurred. I've already shared my own insights, but, well, she wants to talk to you too. Is that something you might be amenable to?
Who exactly am I going to be speaking to?
Our benefactor has said she'd prefer to do the introductions herself. But you can rest assured she wants only to thank you in person. Hear your side of the story. Nothing more sinister than that.
If that's all you need, I can talk to her.
She'll be pleased to hear it. Head to Aquila City in the Cheyenne system. Check in with Justin Sneed, her security chief. And I would ask you to try and be polite. She's the only reason we're here.
Alright. Well, we will do that in the next stream. I think that'll finish off this particular side mission. And it's a chance for us to go back to Aquila City and sell some more of that survey data. So, that's where I'm going to end it here for today. I want to thank everyone for coming. I appreciate all the support. Quick reminder for anyone who's new to the channel, consider leaving a like and subscribing and maybe making a comment for the algorithm, because it helps bring visibility to the channel. Have a great rest of your day, and see you for the next one.